comincia a intuire di cosa parlavi, quali erano queste politiche da applicare e da tradurre. Qui si comincia a capire che era presente l'educazione del CC2, la valutazione della gestione interna manageriale, poi ecco, già si comincia a intuire che si parla del digital, che poi con la globalizzazione, con la pandemia, poi parli di provvedimenti e leggi, linee guide, camere universitarie, azione trasformativa, conclusione, coordinamento della gente, regolamento, ambiguità, risposta all'incertezza, discussione delle tematiche digitali. Allora, qui cioè, alla fine del suo percorso, nella mia discussione è un po' sentito i contenuti, ma c'è tutto questo percorso. Allora, perché il come e il cosa del perché, secondo me. Allora, il cosa, che non so se ho capito neanche, però per dirti, ci sono questi nuovi contenuti, queste nuove forme di formazione, di istruzione, come per esempio nel mondo universitario, la trasformazione del modello 3+2, questa cosa nuova della valutazione alta e esterna, dell'ambolo all'interna, con tutti questi test, la valutazione alta, l'esperienza, cose varie. Quindi, come dire, le nuove forme di organizzazione didattica all'interno del sistema universitario italiano. Perché è interessante? Per esempio, potrebbe essere una delle chiavi di lettura, perché è un sistema che succede da qualche decennio a questa parte, che non è stato creato all'interno dell'Italia, ma viene come un pacco dall'esterno per l'Europa. Quindi, come dire, una contestualizzazione storica e sociologica e la formazione dell'Europa, la comunità europea che prima era economica e poi si trasforma in politica, in culturale, no? E in voler uniformare persino tra tanti ambiti anche l'istruzione. Quindi il cosa è, ancora una volta non riesco a definirlo, i contenuti, quando si è capito quali erano i contenuti, allora tu torni indietro e cominci a capire che si parla di una traslazione di cosa? Di queste forme, nuove forme organizzative o dell'istruzione, i contenuti per esempio e la divisione dei 3+2 o della valutazione e il perché è interessante? Perché viene a modificare un tipo di concezione della formazione tradizionale, che era il corso unico. Infatti, già in qualche lettura, non tutti i corsi di laurea sono riusciti a seguire questo 3+2, perché al tempo. No, è che non è possibile, tipo
medicina,
giurisprudenza, credo che anche formazione tipo, credo anche architettura, ingegneria, ci sono delle lauree che sono, questo è interessantissimo sociologicamente, impossibile di adeguare a un mercato. Insomma, allora, il costo abbiamo capito dopo, il perché è politicamente interessante. Perché bisogna che queste dinamiche, questi contenuti, queste nuove forme organizzative dell'istruzione, perché a cosa rispondono? A chi rispondono? Quali sono le esigenze? Quali sono le motivazioni per cui vengono proposte dalla comunità europea e devono essere o sono accettate e adeguate e attuate all'interno dei paesi? Perché la logica è forse seguire il mercato e il 3+2 era il 3 con l'idea che ti preparo e ti lancio subito al mercato. È inutile che stiamo 5 anni a parlare di teorie cose varie, no, andiamo là. Quindi l'esigenza che ha a che vedere con i processi economici, culturali, con la globalizzazione, con la rapidità, con la fluida, questa cosa fluida che è un mercato flessibile, quindi deve avere a che chiedere le conoscenze, quindi il cosa c'è in questo caso l'organizzazione dell'istruzione, cose varie. Questo è il perché ha implicato una modifica, un adeguamento che non sempre i paesi trovano vantaggiosi, per alcuni settori può essere, tipo per l'economia, per la formazione, per altri no. Quali sono state le problematiche? Okay. Trasladare. Ok, queste sono le direttive europee, l'Italia le accoglie, le accetta, le adatta, c'è margine di adattazione? Come dire, questo già è il mio ultimo punto di vista, è già l'analisi, non solo la presentazione, no? Sì, ok, c'è stata una ricerca che ho capito. Poi, sono nel gruppo, che questa è una ricerca che ho detto all'interno dell'Erasmus, quindi partecipano diversi paesi. Sarebbe interessante vedere come all'interno di questi paesi quello che è stato tradotto in pratica, esatto, bisogna capire esatto quali sono stati per esempio i metodi di valutazione, no, le global policy, quali sono state, nello specifico, i contenuti, no? In cosa? Allora, intanto queste politiche globali quali sono? Questa, c'è 3+2, la valutazione, che sia chiaro quali sono. Chi sono stati gli attori? Il governo, l'inizio dell'istruzione, non so, la università, ogni università, cioè, le telematiche in un modo, le cose. Poi per arrivare al digitale, la questione digitale, che a quanto pare è un'altra delle politiche. Allora, quali sono stati i contenuti di queste, cioè in pratica quali sono queste politiche, gli attori coinvolti e che chi sono stati. A livello istituzionale e poi persone vere e proprie, non so, attuazione di cosa? Di come ancora una volta trasferimento di competenze, quali competenze digitali, valutative, anche questo. Prospettive istituzionaliste all'interno di questi processi. Ecco, quali processi? Processi di trasformazione dell'istruzione, processi di adattamento al mercato del lavoro, una visione che appunto non è più solo culturale, solo formativa, ma è anche condizionata dalle esigenze di mercato, no? Persino dai tempi del mercato di istruzione. Come si sviluppa il processo di traduzione? Anche qua, ok, uno dei processi trattati è un processo di traduzione di queste pratiche, di queste nuove convenzioni. Ancora una volta, per me almeno non mi era chiaro quali erano, adesso dopo alla fine, il modello di cosa? Di istruzione, di formazione, di politiche sociali, di politiche ispettive, fase di coordinamento, di costruzione del corpo attore, attivazione, costruzione sforzi degli attori e dinamicità. Sì, vabbè, questo è tutto il contesto un po' teorico e storico. La ricostruzione, provvedimenti di leggi. Sì, perché immagino che all'interno della traduzione in pratica di queste direttive ci sono dei provvedimenti, ci sono delle leggi, quindi elementi da considerare, esigenze o persino politico. Il fatto che in Italia aderisca, a differenza dell'Inghilterra che a un certo punto io vi lascio, non fate voi, noi siamo da soli. Quindi è politico, è economico, è culturale, è mille cose. Ricordo che persino è interessante, sempre sociologicamente, il fatto di vedere quello che è razionale se può essere applicato, quello che per alcuni, e poi chi sono stati i paesi che hanno proposto, c'è stata la Germania e la Francia, e immagino che sarà anche loro una visione diversa da quella mediterranea, no? Però là bisogna adeguarsi, cioè, immagino che sarà stata una cosa collegiale, però siccome sono due paesi che spinge più forte. Ricordo una cosa che mi sembrava graziosa, però la prendo tutto come esempio per la comunità europea. Quando la Comunità Europea nelle sue leggi, provvedimenti per l'igiene alimentare, parlò che non era salutare nei geni né niente positivo i forni a legna, quindi la pista, queste cose dovevano essere fatte in forni elettrici. Tu puoi immaginare a Napoli la rivolta che ci sono. Nel senso, questo come dire, è l'esempio classico che le direttive europee, internazionali, che puoi dirmi che non mi importa niente, esatto, non mi importa niente, vogliamo morire mangiando la pizza porta a legna con tutto quello che implica, quindi non sempre quello che si suppone in teoria che è la cosa migliore, nella traduzione, nella pratica, nei diversi contesti, viene accolta o rispettata, no? Vabbè, qui perché è un'altra storia, però oddio, no, ma
assolutamente.
no, ma dico, se ci sono le multe con le questioni igieniche, vengono con dei controlli igienici di salute l'igiene pubblica, possono avere dei problemi, però appunto per evitarli immagino che la pressione sia tale da dei reati uguali, per quello che le leggi e i provvedimenti, vabbè, però, come dire, ci sono diversi elementi, secondo me, ti ripeto, si è capito che ovviamente sai come si fa ricerca, sai come presentarla, ma qui mancava di dire esattamente cosa e il perché.
Da quello che ho visto è mancata la chiarezza sulla premessa.
Ma su tutto, perché tu fino alla discussione non hai mai detto i contenuti. Vedi che lungo tutta la cosa io continuo a scrivere, perché io per ogni tua cosa
Ti sei presa l'appunto?
sì, dal mio punto di vista non era chiaro, sì, tu fai, esatto, gli slide. No, gli slide, certo, no, ma è quello che dicevi tu.
Mi voglio rivedere perché mi dà molto fastidio.
Conclusioni, aspetta, tu nelle conclusioni, coordinamento degli attori, ecco, vedi, me lo scrivo perché poi tu hai parlato dei coordinamenti degli attori, non si sono capiti chi erano questi attori, il regolamento, non si tutto correttamente, arbitrarietà, sì, ma di cosa, per ancora almeno io, risposta all'incertezza, sì, ma di cosa? Sempre. Qui si intuita, no? Si parla di digita, e poi discussione, e università telematica digitale. Poi come dire, la cosa se n'è andata verso di là, e forse qui già era emersa, forse ti hanno chiesto su quello, perché, ripeto, per me l'immigrazione è tutto là, non è che è un dramma, ovviamente ci sono, però nella presentazione. Ti ho detto, io che ho fatto con mio marito a me mi massacrava, ma è così che uno dice vabbè allora per una volta.
No, io ti ringrazio, perché mi ha aiutato a capire che probabilmente l'incipit non è stato chiaro, perché mentre per me era molto chiaro sin dall'inizio che stavo parlando del blocco di studio erano le politiche per la ridefinizione dello spazio europeo delle istituzioni terziarie, che ho detto sin dall'incipit, quindi era quello il focus, quello l'oggetto, che evidentemente
forse tu l'hai detto, però siccome non parlavi, non lo specificavi, il marco teorico, cioè,
evidentemente l'incipit è stato carente,
non c'è stato il marco teorico, appunto le domande di ricerca sono partite per il come, ma per il come, per il processo, prima devi
la problematizzazione,
le cosa,
quindi la problematizzazione
e il perché interessante, questo per me è la cosa fondamentale. Sai quando si dice operazionalizzare il termine e l'argomento? Tipo, parlerò di questo, parlerò di religione, ma siccome tu hai 10 persone mi chiedi una definizione, 10 studiosi, non persone, studiosi in sociologia della religione ti danno una definizione diversa, allora tu ti analizzi e dici, questo deve essere. Allora, dobbiamo definire quello, voglio dire, operazionalizzare, definire l'oggetto di studio come lo intendi tu. Allora, parlerò di religione, o analizzeremo in questo progetto il tema della religione, e per religione si intende questo, perché il lettore o l'interlocutore deve capire tu, dal tuo punto di vista, che ovviamente la scienza non prenderà mai la totalità, quindi tu qual è il tuo granello, qual è il tuo apporto alla conoscenza, tu lo fai da quel punto di vista tuo. Cioè, non è tuo, nel senso che scientificamente, esatto, allora analizzerò le politiche dell'istruzione dell'università, sì, ok. Quali sono? Ok, e perché le chiami politiche? Guarda, ormai è chiaro, politiche pubbliche o politiche, ok, le azioni, le trasformazioni del processo, capito? Tu dirai, se parli del termine, il termine è politiche, global politics, non so, attenzione. Intendo questo, che proprio deve essere chiaro. Parliamo di secolarizzazione, secolarizzazione può intendersi secondo gli approcci. Io, seguendo anche Galino, avevo fatto 4 gruppi, ma seguendo Galino, quello è evoluzionista, quello funzionalista, quello comprendente, il fenomenologico. Ma io dirò, prenderò il metodologico e il fenomenologico, e lo spiego prima, perché prima va anche di fronte a un esperto, non è che dipende. Definire, chiaro, chiarissimo. Questo già perché, secondo il mio punto di vista, è il passo in più verso la comunicazione. Adesso scendiamo. Tu dove?
Da Marco, quello è buono con la premina.
Poi ti chiamiamo. Tranquilla.
Dobbiamo prendere da Marco.
Io scendo con te.
Ciao, se ci vediamo, ci sentiamo. Ok.
Ok. Qualsiasi ricerca, il cosa, il come, ma il perché perché è interessante? Collegato a quali processi lo rende interessante? Di cosa ci parla questa trasformazione? Perché il sistema universitario segue il procedimento dove non può passare. Una europea, ma Europa non è che fa le cose così. Europa le cose che deve essere con gli Stati Uniti e con l'Assia. No? Assolutamente, le università europee, no? Alcune, non tutte stanno al top nel ranking mondiale, stanno le americane, alcune dell'Europa del Nord e le
tanti inglesi, ma anche perché i ranking sono costruiti da loro, sui sistemi loro, sui modelli loro, perché noi repetiamo i modelli. Io veramente ti ringrazio. No, veramente ti ringrazio.
dopo che tu me l'hai chiesto, ho detto guarda che non sono italiana, te lo ringrazio. Veramente ti ringrazio. Questo qualsiasi altro non è altri cambiamenti, però poi collegati sempre a dinamiche sociali più chiamate le chiaro che non possiamo marcare tutto. Capire quali sono, perché l'interessa a Europa modificare e informare il sistema universitario? Deve concorrere per forza. E per aumentare la qualità e anche la questione della valutazione diventa più organizzativa, più pragmatica, più manageriale, e quello non è male, però bisogna trovare l'equilibrio con quello che sempre
con quella che è la sua missione originaria.
non sono. Parlando d'Europa, il primo elemento che ha sempre caratterizzato l'Europa, a differenza dell'America, non parliamo adesso dell'attualità dell'Oriente, delle parti asiatiche, è stata la teoria. Le università, il pensiero americano è estremamente pragmatico e la diatriba sempre era troppa pragmaticità e meno teoria, più troppa teoria e come dire, intellettuali da bandiroide, di scrittorio, di biblioteca, senza contatto con la realtà. E andava bene fino a un certo punto. Quindi che l'Europa non perda questa sua
il suo punto di forza,
esatto,
il suo punto di forza.
e si voglia livellare abbassando,
anche perché non essendo propriamente suo, lui non gareggia,
esatto,
perché non è il suo terreno.
entrare in terreno e come dire, quasi con il complesso
Certo, di
inferiorità, ma qui ti stanno facendo la questione psicologica perché tu ti senti inferiore,
sì,
ma in realtà non lo sei, è un altro approccio, è un'altra mentalità. Che l'America è stata costruita in modo molto pragmatico,
certo.
e non sempre con le migliori menti,
Anzi,
la vita quotidiana. Quindi la cultura, la storia, l'estetica, l'arte che è Europa, ma vedi che lo sono, magari sono tutti. Quindi, ok, ci sono esigenze mondiali, globali, con cui ti devi confrontare. Perché anche perché sociologico, perché succede, perché queste esigenze, perché Europa deve fare questo? Chi l'ha proposto? Secondo me questo è interessante. Se puoi vedere i risultati, qual è stata l'intenzione iniziale dell'Europa, fare questo e come è stato tradotto? Quando tu parli di attori, ok, attori locali, ministero, cose varie, università autonomia, ma poi proprio gli studenti, come dire, non solo i docenti, ma anche gli studenti, i soggetti coinvolti in questa ricerca. No? Quindi, secondo me l'ha specificato tutto, perché non è chiaro. Si è capito che era qualcosa però il contenuto. Almeno io avevo bisogno di capire di cosa si tratta.
È stata molto utile questa lezione.
Ma che lezione? È un commento.
Te l'ho messa io, sì.
Andiamo poi ci meritiamo un caffè, perché da stamattina sono così.
Io guarda, in professione non ne sai due. Uno di Pathological Buying, certo, e un altro
C'è il migliore assoluto adesso. Allora sono andate per quelli di impari. Allora, cosa si fa in
Allora, di fatto il base dell'idea è che l'utilizzazione secondo me è un po' più però non è lo abbiamo sempre usato questo. L'idea è cognome dell'autore, questo ovviamente solo per la bibliografia finale e per le note eventualmente, nel senso per le note che invece di nota non scriverà mai Immanuel Kant virgola, ma deve scrivere semplicemente quindi cognome dell'autore, iniziale del nome dell'autore, seguita da un punto, seguita automaticamente da una virgola, poi il titolo dell'opera in questo, dopodiché una virgola. No, ma immagino, no, ma infatti quello sta bene. Poi io sono la bibliografia a fare la
It's very strange the sound of the right and the side. There is a when okay, I said it right wrong. ti sei occupato, Sociologia of Morality. Yeah. I translate moral sociology. Maybe it's different, moral sociology or sociology of morality, but in Italy I didn't see, never sociology, cioè moralità. Moralità in Italy is something strong. The moralità is the quality of the moral people. So, quindi dopo is consumption behavior, sociology of consumption sociology, and addiction and compulsion consumption, diversity. You also have directors of Institute of Science, supervisor also a PhD school. You have supervisors in this school, okay, but the title of the Pathological Buying analysis, Compensative and Compulsive Buying in the threat and Pascal buying.
Yes.
Strange because sometimes I can speak English, sometimes no. I hope this is magic. This kind of magic is long. Okay. Primo news I forgot. Oh. You can indulge. Yeah.
I would like to show some slides on the screen.
Okay, yes.
Is this the connection, right? Probably. If you,
alle slide, che facciamo? Facciamo collegare il PC perché non diventa una sala, sta partecipando, però io la faccio vedere la pennetta, tema.
No, beh, allora, comunque se vedete su Mix, Capilis, si può condividere anche lo schermo, quindi che sia lì, così anche la casa vedono, sì, anche la casa vedono, because we are online. In the moment, we are recorded this, so you can use from Teams, the slide. But there is many people with your name. One student of artist sandwich in Newcastle, a sportsman, sport. Yes, it's very funny. Yes, yes. Okay, Gregor is a very sportman, a professional sportman, and a sandwich artist. From Newcastle.
Ah, ok.
Questo è per il pomeriggio, lo facciamo finito. Sì, tanto ormai no, grazie. Grazie. Guarda, tu quanto veramente si divide non per guarda anche per non per perché poi se lavora e si divide tutto, se non è magari okay. Sì. No, guarda, era una tua idea, io l'ho accettata. Assolutamente, a me va bene dividere, a me va bene fare lui perché è un ospite, non dico vendrò in casa. Però penso che vada benissimo, nel senso che addirittura io non mi sono neanche preparato e se potete aiutarla o mi girate, o comunque per chi magari si modera, girate il profilo. Il problema è questo. Sì, sì, no, assolutamente. E aperto però. Ok. Sì, sì, lo so, infatti te lo ricordavo, te lo solo dico. No, eri qui. Quando ho visto questo mi sono ricordato che era quello tuo. Per questo. Eccoci. No, sta andando. Solo che ora proprio niente.
Abbiamo preso portato l'acqua.
Questa è una buona cosa, grazie.
I bicchieri sono un po' di giù. Questo vado, vediamo. Tanto ancora è meno sì.
Allora sostituisco dopo il biglietto di manifestare. Sì, no, andiamo anche prima, sì. No, anche prima assolutamente. Più che volentieri. A me piacerebbe molto farti vedere dove siamo, perché è molto. Vediamo se riusciamo, dai. Yes, the pronunciation. Okay, Gregor is Gregor. Adamczyk.
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 In Polish is more thick, but it's still difficult.
Adamczyk. Adamczyk. Adamczyk.
Yes.
Not really.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Adamczyk. No.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Adamczyk.
Adamczyk.
Not chi.
Okay, Adamczyk. No, but when I come in club, we can exercise. Adamczyk. Adamczyk. No, sì, te l'ho presentato.
Yeah.
Better. No, this is for the finish. That's for the present. Allora, devo sperare che non sia questo non male il farlo anche con difficoltà penso adesso il consumo, le emozioni, le rappresentazioni. Ah, Risso! Sì, no. Ah, perché l'altro giorno, stamattina riflettevo che si chiama Lorenzo Lieti e tutti lo chiamano Enzo. Ho detto Enzo. No, all'inizio pensavo l'origine polacca di realtà e su. E quindi, e poi mi ha detto Enzo. Sì, sì. Sento io. No, is showing me that connection between the lesson yesterday of the scientific director of Ipsos. He talked about the imaginary of consumer.
Oh.
Collective imaginary of consumer through survey. But very, very big survey because Ipsos is one of the most important. Italia. Just in time. Perfetto. Buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Veramente è un piacere, oltre che un privilegio, presentare il professor Grzegorz Adamczyk. Ho fatto un po' di esercizio. perché viene da un'università estremamente interessante. Now I can something about the history of the university. Pensate, Giovanni Paolo II di Dublino è una delle più antiche università cattoliche della Polonia, ha resistito come organo accademico segreto e nascosto durante il nazismo, cioè dismesse le attività, continuavano segretamente. Durante il comunismo è l'unica università che è riuscita a mantenere una sua certa autonomia, e adesso è, diciamo, con il crollo del muro di Berlino, appunto il crollo della Iron Curtain, è diventata una delle più importanti e prestigiose e cresciute tantissime università della Polonia. Da tempo collaboro con una loro collega, Ursula Soler, e su tantissime ricerche, tantissimi temi. Ieri anche ho proiettato, yesterday I did a video for a conference of the Institute of Ursula, un video, e ora abbiamo avuto il piacere di portare niente proprio di meno che proprio il direttore dell'Istituto di Scienze Sociologiche dell'università, nonché supervisore della scuola di dottorato. Si è occupato di sociologia morale, ma io qui magari proprio mi appello, diciamo, anche all'esperienza internazionale di Roberto, perché in realtà era Sociology of Morality. Io ho tradotto sociologia morale, non so se si potrebbe dire meglio sociologia della moralità. Poi comportamento dei consumatori, sociologia dei consumi, dipendenza e consumo compulsivo, per cui è sempre una rete di connessioni, perché anche VOH ha origini polacche, ma soprattutto con la bellissima, questo me l'ha suggerito Roberto, con la bellissima relazione di ieri di Enzo Risso sull'immaginario collettivo dei consumatori. Dall'immaginario quindi collettivo dei consumatori arriviamo adesso alla presentazione di Adamczyk, Pathological Buying at the Rise, Compensative and Compulsive Buying in the Pre- and Post-Pandemic Time. Please, that's the presentation.
Buongiorno, mi chiamo Grzegorz Adamczyk, and this is the end of my Italian speech.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. So the remaining part of my presentation will be in English. Sorry for that. At the beginning, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Cipriani for the invitation to the summer school, to this event. I'm very happy to present you some reflections, some data about pathological buying in Poland, and not only in Poland. But I would like to add something about me. Namely, I would like to show you where is Lublin, and Catholic University of Lublin is here about 180 kilometers from Warsaw in southeastern part of Poland, close to the border with Ukraine. Lublin is inhabited by about 350,000 people. Additionally, so plus 80,000, about 80,000 of students, because we have 2 universities and a few high schools. So the probability that you meet students on the street in Lublin is very high, really very high. During holidays, it's an absolutely empty city. My university was founded in 1918. It is the oldest university in my city and one of the oldest universities in Poland. As mentioned, probably you know at least one lecturer coming from the Catholic University of Lublin, namely Professor Karol Wojtyła, later John Paul II. Of course, not in the field of sociology, but in the field of ethics and philosophy. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, I think the topic of my presentation sounds maybe a little bit exotically in the context of Ellen Touraine and a beautiful presentation of Michał Wiewiórka. But I think we are directly before weekend. It is worth mentioning some bad aspects of over-consuming. One question: do you buy sometimes something for pleasure? You know, to compensate something in your life, to compensate bad mood, or to compensate failures or difficulties in everyday life. Now, ice cream, maybe a nice t-shirt, maybe good-looking new shoes, or I don't know, good wine. Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, yeah. So I think most people consume compensatively, and it's nothing wrong. But sometimes compensative consumption can transform into compulsive buying, compulsive consumption, and this is and it can transform again to the addiction, behavioral addiction. Yeah, and for this reason, I would like to explain at the beginning of our meeting what does it mean, behavioral addiction, very briefly, only basics. Yeah, how to understand behavioral addictions. Let's start with a basic definition, namely Klaus Wanke. He was a German neurologist and psychiatrist, by the way, the founder of the first medical practice in West Germany for persons addicted to drugs. It was in 1968 in Frankfurt am Main. And he was a carrier of the first self-help groups with regard to drugs. So Klaus Wanke, according to Klaus Wanke, an addiction is an irresistible desire of a specific state of experience. And all the strengths of mind are conformed to the desire. It limits the free development of personality and destroys social bonds as well as chances of individuals. And because addictions destroy social bonds, it's an interesting topic for us sociologists, of course. Addictions, substance addictions, and behavioral addictions. Generally, we can differentiate between substance addiction and behavioral addiction. Substance addictions means a condition where the body needs a specific substance to operate, and individual suffers, when an individual suffers from a chemical and physical dependence. And behavioral addiction, it is a condition where the individual needs a specific behavior to operate, not specific substance like drugs, alcohol, and so on, but specific behavior, or more strongly said, a specific state which drives on an individual to search for particular behavior without which the existence could appear as even to be senseless. So addiction, it's not a new issue. we could say that the history of addiction equals the history of humanity. Why? Because evoking changes of consciousness state, independent of the way to execute this, has been accompanying the human being probably always. Yeah, for example, opium was known in Mesopotamia 4,000 years before Christ. Indian hemp was known in the Chinese and the Indian cultures 5,000 years before Christ. But you know, there exists an important, very important difference between the ancient and modern times. Why? Because once the use of psychoactive substances or doing of specific actions such as dance to get an ecstasy state was under effective control of social norms. Nowadays, we have completely different situation. Today, this type of behaviors is used to relieve the tension, to escape from reality, or to entertain oneself, and is not connected with cultural rituals or religious rituals. The topic of behavioral addiction as a subject of scientific reflection is quite new. Yeah. First time the topic was mentioned by Benjamin Rush, named as father of American psychiatry. He undertook to classify different forms of mental illness, and he mentioned behavioral dysfunction in the area of sexual behavior. About 70 years later, Albrecht Erlenmeyer was a Swiss psychiatrist, distinguished pathological gambling as behavioral addiction as opposed to substance addiction, such as addiction to drugs, to morphine, to cocaine, and or alcohol. In the 30s of 20th century, Ernst Gabriel and Ernst Kratzmann, Swiss psychiatrists too, called the behaviors as addiction, which earlier were treated only as passion. For example, gambling, making bets, collecting of different items. Yeah? But only in 2010, first time behavioral addictions were pointed out in the official papers. I mean, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, the 5th edition. But to very limited extent, you can find information, the only information about pathological gambling, internet use disorder, kleptomania, or eating disorder, but you cannot find, for example, the information about or data about pathological buying, compulsive buying, and so on. As mentioned, so the topic, behavioral addiction, including compulsive buying, is really new subject of research. In which way can we understand the behavioral addictions? We can use at least three approaches, different ways of understanding. If we assume that behavioral addiction is an impulse control disorder, we assume that an addicted person is not able to control an impulse and exhibits a behavior in spite of negative consequences for this person or other persons. And this behavior then is preceded by the stage of increased tension or anxiety, which can be replaced by experience of pleasure, satisfaction or relax only as a result of a particular behavior. If we assume that behavioral addiction, it is an obsessive compulsive disorder, then we assume that an addicted person experiences an internal pressure to realize a particular behavior, which leads to a reduction of unpleasant feelings. And repetition of the behavior based on stereotypes leads to the addiction. And the third one, neuroadaptive process. If we assume that a behavioral addiction is a neuroadaptive process, we assume that the realization of a specific behavior is experienced by the brain as a reward. It means a behavior can have an effect on the brain's rewards pathways. Excessive repetition of a specific behavior, repetition experienced as a reward, leads to the appearance of neuroadaptive mechanism analogous to the development of substance abuse. In this context, the discovery of endorphin I think was absolutely important issue, important theory to concept to explain the nature of behavioral addiction. Namely, in 1975, Hans Kosterlitz and John Hawkes from Aberdeen University in Scotland discovered that human nervous cells can produce their own substance, which under the biochemical aspect is similar to morphine. And the substance was named as endomorphine, or shorter endorphin. Yeah, endorphin. Kosterlitz and Hawkes and their followers stated the specific traits of endorphin to relieve pain. Endorphin fulfills very important function in our organism, because endorphin in extreme situation causes that, for example, injured person realize actions which they couldn't realize under the normal conditions because of injuries. Endorphin evoking euphoria states influences the perception processes, thinking, experiences, and this stimulates the individual to exhibit a specific action. But, you know, the human organism can be stimulated artificially to production of endorphin, yeah, during not natural situation of danger, for example, but during artificial situation, for example, during the extreme physical or psychical effort, for example, long distance running, mountaineering, racing, occultism practice, aesthetic dancing, and so on, gambling. Yeah, we can do it artificially. Yeah, of course, we could say, okay, behavioral addictions are not so serious danger compared with substance abuse, because the speed of development of negative consequences is lower in case of behavioral addiction compared with substance abuse. Health consequences are not so serious. Yes, okay. People addicted to behaviors suffer from rhythm disorders of the rhythm of the heart, stomach ulcers, skin diseases, but it is it's nothing compared with or almost nothing compared with serious injury of organs in case of substance abuse. But people suffering from behavioral addiction suffer from mental consequences and social consequences, and which is and really serious. Because, for example, people suffer from behavioral addiction, suffer from losing control, changes in thinking, changes of time perception, changes of emotional expression, changes of general perception, including the perception of one's own body, inability to talk about oneself, and about the social environment. And it's a very important behavioral addictions are very dangerous for social relationships of people suffering from this kind of addictions, because people lose workplaces, are characterized by weak family relationship, social degradation, and so on. Oh, so generally we can find in the literature 12 overall diagnostic criteria of behavioral addictions. We will not analyze the details of the criteria. I will pay attention to the criteria during explanation. What does it mean, compulsive buying? Okay. Okay. The preparation of the full list of behavioral addiction is not possible. Yeah. Because theoretically, you can become addicted to anything. But of course, we can typify, especially in sociology. We can differentiate addictions connected with so-called new technologies. For example, addictions to computer, smartphone, internet, computer games, social media, instant messengers, and so on. This first type. The second one, eating disorders, anorexia, bulimia, binge eating disorders. Third type, addictions connected with the tendency to search for risk. Yeah, for example, pathological gambling, extreme sports. Fourth, workaholism and addiction to power and control. And last one, compulsive buying, named as pathological buying or addictive buying, shopaholism. Yeah, we can assume more or less it is the same. Yeah, compulsive buying, pathological buying, addictive buying, shopaholism. It is the same. Compulsive buying, it is the notion used more often by psychologists in the literature. Shopaholism, it's a term used more often in mass media. Yeah, because compulsive buying, yeah, it sounds not quite good. Yeah. Addictive buying, yeah, the topic is, the notion is used more often by psychiatrists. Okay. Of course, the history of the term of compulsive buying doesn't equal the history of compulsive buying. Because, you know, compulsive buying, I think, has been existed probably since the first act of exchange of goods. And the term of compulsive buying appeared at the beginning of the 20th century. First time, the term of pathological buying, or the term describing the pathological buying, was used by Emil Kraepelin. Emil Kraepelin was a German psychiatrist, and Emil Kraepelin made the first remark about the mental distortion connected with excessive buying. But he named this phenomena as oniomania. I don't know why. Yeah. In 1934, Eugen Breuer, Swiss psychiatrist, by the way, he introduced the term of autism, analyzed the phenomenon of excessive buying using the term of buying maniacs. But although Kraepelin and Breuer described the disorder related to buying already at the beginning of 20th century, only the study by Roland Faber, Thomas O'Gwyn, and Crick triggered a broader discussion which has been continued in two areas. Those referring to clinical psychology and psychiatry, and those based on consumer research. Psychiatrists and clinical psychologists define compulsive buying as a behavioral addiction or as a disorder of impulse control. And consumer researchers define compulsive buying as an irrational form of purchase, and they explore the social, demographic, economic, and cultural factors supporting the development of this phenomenon. From the psychological point of view, compulsive buying can be defined as a state of desire to buy, which is almost impossible to hold back. The resulting behavior is preceded by the stage of growing tension internally or anxiety, which can be relieved if the behavior is conducted successfully. For example, buying something. Initially, a shopper experiences pleasure, yeah, because I bought something, yeah, and relief, which is relatively quickly replaced by the feeling of guilt and remorse. Quite similar to people addicted to alcohol, for example. Yeah? Compulsiveness is limited to the purchasing process in this case, while the actual use of the acquired goods is not an end itself. Shopping is only a reaction to the experienced negative mood and serves to increase one's own value, not to satisfy the real consumer needs. From the sociological point of view, compulsive buying can be defined as a type of irrational purchasing. But treating compulsive buying as a type of irrational purchasing, the explanation has to take another course, overcoming the difficulties springing from the postmodern paradigm, which assumes that each customer constructs their own rationality. In this sense, compulsive buying could be assessed as rational from the postmodern paradigm point of view, as rational because it yields a special kind of profit for compulsive buyers, namely release of tension. What can we use to explain, to find the borderline between rational consumer behavior and irrational consumer behavior? The rational choice theory offers the way out of the obstacle, assuming that consumers conduct this behavior from a set of alternatives which maximizes profits or minimalizes the incurred costs. Therefore, compulsive buying is irrational. Why? Because the costs of the behavior are higher than the profits. Which profits? Which costs? Compulsive buyers may experience a relief of tension and an improved self-esteem thanks to shopping. This is a profit, yeah? But potentially continuing negative experiences are much more far-reaching. It means costs, distress caused by turning back remorse and feelings of guilt, loss of self-control, withdrawal symptoms, unbeneficial structure of household expenses, including indebtedness, crisis of familial relationships, interrupted professional career, or comorbidity of behavioral or substance addictions, or even committing a crime. Independently of the definition of compulsive buying, two features are mentioned probably always. Firstly, an individual suffering from compulsive buying exhibits her addiction forced by internal pressure. And secondly, compulsive buying plays the role of an escape from the reality of everyday life. And what is very characteristic of all addictions, the consciousness of the negative consequences of the behavior with regard to financial situation, interpersonal relationships, or mental health does not protect against this type of behavior. No. Does protect against this type of behavior. According to Thomas O'Gwyn and Ronald Faber, compulsive buying is a chronic, repetitive purchasing that occurs as a response to negative events or feelings. This is why I asked you if you buy sometimes something for pleasure to compensate something in your life. Yeah, and although initially compulsive buyers experience purchasing acts positively, yeah, because shopping allowed to improve, for example, the mood of shoppers, of compulsive buyers, but the subsequent consequences of the behavior are negative in the psychological, social, and economical sense. Yeah. When could we suspect susceptibility to compulsive buying by people? Compulsive buyers are preoccupied with buying and shopping, firstly. Secondly, shopping, buying are accompanied by relief and pleasure. So compulsive buying, buyers have feelings of relief and pleasure when shopping, when they do the shopping. Relief and pleasure states are followed by remorse and guilt due to the negative consequences of the behavior. Fourthly, the both items are rarely or never used. The compulsive buyers have, for example, I don't know, 100 or 200 pairs of shoes, yeah, but they never use it because they need only the purchase act, not the shoes or not the items, consumer items. Yeah. Compulsive buyers are primarily interested in the process of shopping, browsing, choosing, and ordering. Shopping, buying is a way to refine the poor sense of oneself and the negative frame of mind, and which is very characteristic of compulsive buyers, money is treated as means of resolving all problems used to satisfy the need of social prestige. We have different measurement instruments, different scales to measure compulsive buying. I put only a few on the slide. First scale was proposed by Canadian researchers in 1988, the Canadian Compulsive Buying Measurement Scale. Then two years later, Schoenholm, Lucia Reich, and Gerhard Rapp, German sociologists, proposed the scale German addictive buying indicator. Then third one, compulsive buying scale, coming from Roland Faber and Thomas O'Gwyn, and so on. I am sure, two scales, nowadays, two scales are used the most often, namely this German addictive buying indicator and compulsive buying scale. But you have to make the thing that both scales. So the goal of both scales is a little bit different because German addictive buying indicator measures the susceptibility to compulsive buying. It is not a scale to for psychiatrists or psychologists to state, okay, you are compulsive buyer. It is only, we measure only susceptibility to compulsive buying. It is not equal. It is not equal addiction to buying, to compulsive buying. And compulsive buying scale measures the frequency of exhibited behaviors and experienced feelings, and is used by psychologists more often than by sociologists. Using the GCBI scale, German compulsive buying indicator, respondents are classified as compulsive buyers if they achieve the results at least 2 standard deviations above the mean value. So generally, the scale includes 16 statements. Each item is evaluated by the respondent on a 4-point scale, so a respondent can achieve the result between 16 and 64 points. As mentioned, respondents are classified as compulsive buyers if they achieve the result at least 2 standard deviation above the mean value, and respondents who achieve the result between 1 and 2 standard deviation are classified as compensative buyers. Of course, compulsive and compensative buying are strictly connected. Why? On the one hand, compensative buying is an indicator of compulsive buying. Assuming the latter is an addiction to shopping, the experience of compensation delivered by a purchase constitutes the object of the addiction. So, compulsive buyers are addicted to compensation delivered by the purchase act, by the purchase acts, by shopping. On the other hand, compensative buying can be treated as an autonomous purchase style, which may precede the stage of compulsive buying. It follows from this that compensative buying could be a pathological buying too, if the costs of the compensation exceed the profits in the light of the rational choice theory. Okay, a few words about pathological buying in Poland, and not only in Poland, in the light of empirical data. So most studies based on cross-sectional samples show a 10% prevalence of compulsive buying maximally. 10%, maybe, yeah, in case of Great Britain, a little bit more than 10%. Yeah, for example, researchers from Germany observed in 2001 an 8% share of compulsive buyers in the adult population. The most recent results coming from the country, from Germany, evidence a 7% share of compulsive buyers in the same type of a population, in the same target group. In 2001, 8%, and nowadays 7%. Yeah, last year, it was last year, I think, 7%. So the result is the same, yeah. Usually, the share of compulsive buyers is higher if we among young people. For example, in Italy, survey carried out in 2010 among almost 3,000 youths inhabiting the city of Barletta in South Italy. The survey showed the 11% share of compulsive buying. In this case, compulsive buying scale was used. So the result was a little bit lower compared with the result achieved in Poland or South Korea 10 years earlier. In 2010, in 2016, 19, before the pandemic, and last year, I mean sociologists from my university, we conducted surveys, cross-sectional surveys on relatively big samples of about 1,000 people on statistically representative samples of Polish population aged 18 years and more. And yeah, and I have here the results, the basic results of the study. if we analyze the data, yeah, a rapid change of the segments between 2010 and 2022 cannot be concluded. Yeah, but it is worth emphasizing a noticeable growth of the compensative buyers group, especially between 2019 and 2022. The current share of the compensative buyers in the total population is 7 percentage points greater, yeah, 12% to 19%, compared with the period before the COVID-19 pandemic. On the contrary, the compulsive buyer segment remains stable. But, you know, treating compensative buying as a preliminary stage of compulsive buying, reinforcement of susceptibility to compulsive buying cannot be excluded in the future. And this conclusion is even more justified, taking the age effect into account. Yeah, so generally, three types of factors were examined during factors supporting compulsive buying are taken into consideration during empirical studies, namely socio-demographic factors, gender, age, psychological factors, self-esteem, and cultural factors, for example, materialism. And I would like to discuss the four factors. Gender. Most studies show the stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying of women than of men. But you know, most studies, but not all. Yeah, for example, no differences between women and men exhibited the studies in the United States in 2004 and in Italy among youth aged 13-20 in this city Barletta in South Italy. In Poland, the 2016 and 2022 data showed a slight differentiation between women and men. In 2016, the average value on the GCBI scale was 33 for women and about 30 for men. And the test student test for two independent samples make it possible to assume that women show a stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying than men. But, you know, so the difference is not huge. Sorry. Age. Most studies show the stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying of the younger than the older. And in this case, the pattern is clear. All important studies show this correlation between age and compulsive buying. The stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying of the younger than the older was confirmed really by numerous studies in different countries, in Poland, in the United States, in Italy, for example. Researchers stated 6% of compulsive buyers among the youth aged 18-20, but the share of compulsive buying among the youth aged 13-17 amount to almost 15%. Yeah, 6% versus 15%. This difference is really, really huge. In Poland, in Poland, yeah, so the conclusion is as follows. Although a growing disposition of compulsive buying cannot be concluded in any age group, the data evidence even a rapid increase of susceptibility to compensative buying. If we analyze the data, the share of compulsive buyers in the particular generations, so we see that situation is relatively stable between the period before the pandemic and nowadays. Yeah, baby boomers 3% versus 1%, X generation 4% versus 3%, Y generation 4% versus 6%. Yeah, so the differences are yeah, so the results between 2019 and 2022 are the same. A situation is completely different if we analyze the shares of compensative buyers. Yeah? The growth of the, and while the 2019 and 2022 increase of the compensative buyers' share in generation X and Y is rather moderate, because by 5 to 6 percentage points, the growth of the segment size in generation Z exceeded doubling from 16% to 36%. It's really, really huge development. And treating compensative buying as a preceding stage of compulsive buying, at least in case of some consumers, an upcoming development of tendencies to compulsive buying in Poland cannot be excluded. And materialism and self-esteem, most studies show the stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying of materialistic oriented, and most studies show the stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying in people with lower self-esteem. And the pattern is clear. All studies show the same, yeah, the same direction of a correlation. And this is the case in Poland too. In 2022, the final model of regression analysis predicts a higher compulsive buying, German compulsive buying indicator score for Poles aged 18 plus, who are oriented materialistically, show lower self-esteem, and do online shopping more frequently. Yeah? And this tendency was more characteristic of women than men. Yeah? So again, the probability of compulsive buying is greater by people who represent the materialistic orientation, who are characterized by lower self-esteem, and who do more frequently shopping online, do the shopping online more frequently. Yes. Conclusions. The initial thesis about Poland's stronger current susceptibility to compulsive buying compared with the period before the COVID-19 pandemic is confirmed only in part. Although the share of compulsive buyers did not grow between 2010 and 2022 actually, the size of the compensative buyers segment increased significantly, especially among the representatives of Generation Z. This growth from 16% to 36% of compensative buyers share in Generation Z might be an indicator of spreading compulsive buying in future. Additionally, inferences about the development of compulsive buying in Polish society might be drawn indirectly. Why? Because assuming that susceptibility to compulsive buying becomes weaker along with age, because people have less consumption needs with age. Actually, the aging process of society should cause the effect of compulsive buyers shrinking, sure. And the stable 2010-2022 share of compulsive buyers in the total population on the level between 2 and 4% does not justify such conclusion. Secondly, as expected, materialism and self-esteem play really a crucial role in the explanation of susceptibility to compulsive buying. The meaning of gender or frequency of online shopping for the prediction of compulsive buying is rather limited. On the one hand, the stronger materialistic orientation, the stronger susceptibility to compulsive buying. On the other hand, the best protection against compulsive buying is a healthy self-esteem. Admittedly, susceptibility to compulsive buying is stronger in heavy users than in light users of online shopping, as well as in women rather than in men. But neither factor is crucial for the development of compulsive buying. Age does not explain susceptibility to compulsive buying, considering the general population, which might be an effect of a rapid aging process in the Polish society, not only in Polish society, of course. What else? Yeah, additionally, we stated that susceptibility of representatives of younger generation to compulsive buying is probably strengthened by their negative experiences with COVID-19 pandemic. The strongest susceptibility to compulsive buying can be expected nowadays among materialistically oriented young online shoppers characterized by low self-esteem who experienced a close friend's hospitalization due to the coronavirus infection during the pandemic. And this effect is even stronger when the sample of 18 to 42 years old is limited only to women. Do I have time? Yes, sir. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How to explain pathological buying sociologically? I would like to start with the statement of Benjamin Fessler. Benjamin Fessler is a German sociologist, and according to him, the development of consumer society correlates with the development of society of addiction. Yeah, so it's if the consumer society develops in a society in Poland, in Italy, and doesn't matter where, we can expect the development of addictions. First of all, behavioral addictions, because this is the most important difference between 20th and 21st century are the object of addiction. The 21st century is named as the century of behavioral addictions. Yeah. So from the sociological point of view, the subject of an addiction is not a substance or a specific behavior, but the interaction between the subject of the addiction and its object, as well as its context. And one of these contexts supporting the development of addiction is consumer society and its main features. What does it mean, consumer society? No. So generally, if we observe a change of the meaning content of the term of consumption, we can differentiate three basic periods, different periods, when this term was understood completely different. Up to 17th century, consumption meant total destruction, annihilation. So the meaning of the term of consumption was close to an illness. Yeah. Between 18th and 20th century, till first half of 20th century, appeared more neutral understanding way of consumption, namely intaking. It's neutral, yeah, intaking. Consumption, it's an intaking. And nowadays, we have two ways to define consumption, in the wider and in narrow sense. In narrow sense, it's an understanding way coming from 18th or 19th century. It's consumption, it's a taking, it's intaking. And in the wider sense, consumption, it's a way of creative expression of oneself. First time, Hazel Kirk, in the book Theory of Consumption, drew attention to the fact that the modern culture and civilization find expression in the consumption. Consumption, it is not simple intaking. It is a way of expression of culture and civilization. I found two pictures to explain the difference between narrow and wider sense of consumption. On the right side, from your point of view, on the left side, you can find the picture of Peter Brechel, The Land of Cocaine, coming from 1567. It is an illustration of the medieval mythical land of plenty called cocaine. What do you see here? Deaf men? No. No, they are probably after a party. Yeah? Their needs are satisfied, basic needs are satisfied fully, absolutely fully. If it is about the eating, drinking, sleeping, and, which is very important, they feel probably very safety. You know that it's a basic need of people, safety feeling, yeah, because they sleep on the earth, yeah. I am sure they feel safety. And they are happy, probably, yeah. And yeah, on the right side, from your point of view, you can say the picture coming from Jan Brechel the Younger from 1620, titled Paradise. It is the Eden Garden somewhere in the east, of course, a land of spices, a land of beautiful fragrances. And if you compare this picture with this picture, you can find that here it is not the place of gluttony and feeling of satiety. Like here, the happiness state here doesn't consist in things like here, but in the access to sophisticated views, tastes, and fragrances. Why fragrances could be so important and why fragrances could represent the modern consumption in this wider sense. I am sure you know the novel of Patrick Ziskind, Das Parfüm, at least a film, yeah? Maybe not, but the book. Yeah, and from this point of view, this idea of paradise as a place permitted with beautiful fragrances was not accidental. Yeah, Peter Ziskind, in his novel, wrote about Paris in 18th century, citation, "For us modern people, there existed an unimaginable stink in the cities at the time we are talking about." Yeah, an unimaginable stink in the cities at the time we are talking about. Yeah, and the main hero, Jean-Baptiste Grenouille, by the way, a psychopathic serial murderer, yeah, had an unimaginable gift. He was able to compose beautiful fragrances, which even could make people do some things. For example, love of others. The question is, maybe Jean-Baptiste Grenouille was a brilliant marketing manager. Yes, of course, because he understood this wider meaning of consumption. Yeah. So consumption can be used to, for example, to underline our social position. Yeah. Jean-Baptiste Grenouille was a brilliant marketing manager because he supplied the goods which were not necessary to live, but satisfied the specific needs of higher social strata. Yeah, rich people manifested their high social position using unusual fragrances coming from Jean-Baptiste, demonstrative consumption. But nowadays, there exists one important difference between society, French society in Paris, and in the time of Jean-Baptiste Grenouille and nowadays, because, consumer society, in a given sense, consumer society and addictions to consumption existed in Paris in 18th century. Yes, but consumer society embraced a few persons, only rich people. Nowadays, consumer society, it is a mass society. It's a mass society. Yeah? And people belonging to the society use symbols which are inherited in the consumer goods to demonstrate different things. What? Oh, sorry. This is computer. Yeah. In consumer society, each consumer good has inherent cultural values and functional values. And these cultural values fulfill five functions, basic functions: positioning function, function of confirmation, expression function, hedonistic function, and compensation function. The consumers make use of the symbolic value of consumer goods to compensate for failures in other areas of everyday life, consequences of different crisis situations, problems that remain unsolved. And this is a potential source of compulsive buying and development of compulsive buying in consumer societies. Thank you very much. Grazie.
A great thank you for your beautiful presentation. This was not only a presentation of very interesting research, but a very interesting lesson about sociology of consumer. Because yes, I am not an expert about this topic, but it was very clear and complete. There is very interesting because we passed from to something very pragmatic, food, eat, settled, to symbolic, as the passage from the pragmatic to a civilization, Elias, so to the symbolic culture. My first thing was about that, because I watched many presentation, article about addiction, consumption, because of the lockdown and pandemic time. Another research about the change in the consumption. For example, our collaborator did a research about the rise of the consumption of flour. Flour is farina, flour, the meal in German, okay, for the bread. Okay, but I don't remember a research about a consumed addiction. Another very interesting thing, because 3 years ago I finished a psychology bachelor, and so something about psychometric scale, no, but this sociometric scale about consumption is very, very, very interesting. My first question is, because there is connection, Zeta generation and online something. So my question is about which is the possible impact of a digital life, digital communication, because during the lockdown, our communication, our life was in a digital ball. The impact of this digital communication life to this addiction. But it's only one question, but I would like to hear the question of our beautiful public. I am sure that your English is better than mine, so you can in English directly speak. If you want, you can in Italian, but I'm not responsible for my translation. Please.
Thank you, Professor, for your in-the-round presentation. I would like to stop my attention on the consuming, on the compulsive buying during the pandemic time. If we think no one was sure that we would come out alive from the pandemic. So we didn't need clothing. But as far as I know, one of the most things that people buy were books and clothing. Why, I wonder? If someone knows that almost for sure, at that time, everyone was thinking that we were close to die. If you are going to die, why? Which is the reason makes you think to have a new book or a new dress? The social relationships were missing. So we didn't have someone to show our new clothes. So why? And I ask you if my reflection is in the right direction. Do you think that this was also an opportunity to get us in contact with the concept of death? Because we were in a way obliged to return back to ourselves, to take care of ourselves, because we didn't have social relationships. And we had, it was a kind of strengthening ourselves. Even though we had to spend more money, we wanted to take care of ourselves. And in a sense, it was a connection also with transcendence, let's say, thinking of another life. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Really interesting. I am Sara, and I am a research fellow. And I'm studying gambling disorder, and my PhD dissertation was on the career of gamblers. And now I am a member of Alia Gambling, a national group studying gambling addiction. So studies, international studies shows that show that there is a relation between Parkinson's disease and gambling disorder. Or, for example, there is a relation between violence and gambling behaviors in the target of female gamblers. In the case of younger people, there is a relation between the consumption of cannabis and gambling disorder, or between computer addictions and gambling disorder. And also there is a relation between male gambling and the use of cocaine. So my question is, there is a relation between compulsive buying and gambling?
Is there another question? Right? Okay. For now, yes, I think you can answer, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the interesting questions. Firstly, I would like to answer the question about the relationships between digital life and compulsive buying. Yeah. During pandemic, a few studies were conducted devoted to the topic of relationships between compulsive buying and online shopping. And indeed, the researcher found a positive correlation between usage of so-called e-commerce market and susceptibility to compulsive buying, compensative buying. Yeah, the question is why. Yeah. So in other words, we could say that development of e-commerce market supports the development of susceptibility to compulsive buying. Why? Firstly, firstly, you know, you have easier access to the stores thanks to e-commerce market, because you can do the shopping during the night, during the weekend. It is not necessary to leave household to do the shopping. Yeah, people addicted to shopping are addicted to the purchase acts, not to the items or to the place of shopping. It's not important for them if the purchase act is conducted in a stationary retail or in online retail. Yeah, easier access, firstly. And secondly, and I think it's very, very important, the online compulsive buying as addiction stay invisible longer for other people. Yeah, so social control is excluded longer. Yeah, it's and social control is important to limit. Yeah, for example, so the behaviors connected with addiction. Yeah, because you are alone, you are at home, so yeah, I'm sitting at computer. I'm working. Yeah, home office is very popular nowadays in probably in Italy too. So I am at home office and I can do shopping and I can conduct a compulsive shop. Yeah, yeah. At least I see at least two reasons for the development of compulsive buying under the conditions of a digital society. Yeah, the question. Thank you for the question about preferences. Of books and clothing during the pandemic time. Yeah, people, the question is why people did buy books and clothing very often or more often and during the pandemic time than compared with the period before. I think in case of books, the thing is simple. For entertainment, for leisure, yeah? And it's good, yeah? Clothing, it's difficult to say. So, on the one hand, I think people tried, first of all, people who worked in the modus of home office, tried in this way demonstrate something. Yeah, because people sit before cameras, yeah, and show different things. For example, so my colleagues from university showed, for example, so beautiful landscape, yeah, or beautiful rooms, flats, and so on. And I think some people used clothing to demonstrate something sitting before the camera. Firstly. Secondly, maybe it is more important, people tried in this way to build the impression of normality. Yeah? It's a kind of rationalization. Okay, it's pandemic, it's a danger, the vaccination doesn't exist, and so on. But we try to live in a normal way. And maybe, you know, because the fashion market was sorry. Yeah, because people did visit stationery stores. The fashion market was yeah, the crisis of fashion market. Sorry. Auf Deutsch in German. Okay. Okay. Where existed the crisis on the market of fashion? Yeah, because people avoided. So stores were closed. People avoided the stationery purchasing and so on. And maybe fashion companies offered really good discounts and promotions. If it is about the clothing items. I don't know. Okay, and gambling addiction. Yes, we observe the comorbidity between gambling and compulsive buying. If you're interested in the literature, I have here some tips I can show you. Yes, this is comorbidity between compulsive buying and gambling is possible, and the sequence is very easy. So gambling, so negative consequences of gambling is bad moods and interpersonal crisis and so on. And compulsive buying can deliver relief. Yeah. So it's a kind gambling. It's so consequences of the gambling. It's a kind of psychical pain. Yeah, and compulsive buying can relieve this pain.
Other question? Oh, Francesca, I come to you.
Just a curiosity. We have performed. Okay. We have performed an analysis on digital platform to understand on a specific sportswear brand, which is well known, and most of us use it for a short period of time, just to understand the profile of customer that purchase this specific brand. And what is really interesting and is connected with what you have said about not the compensated buying more than compulsory buying, is that among 100% of people that talk about this brand online, we just collected 2 weeks of information, which is million of messages. Let's say that somehow 60% of communication, so 60% of messages were about purchasing, and especially 30% were about creating community to have a lower price. So people get in contact is somehow a new way of social relationship built on compensating buying. And the other interesting information is that 25% of people just connected on social platform to have, let's say, looking for specific, let's say, bargain. Say they're interested in paying less some specific brand. So this brand costs, I don't know, 100 euro, but I buy the same thing, let's say 20% cheaper. So they're not really interested in buying, but in having, let's say, a convenient purchase, which is a specific behavior. And I was just wondering, according to this information, we have published it in an article on the International Journal of Information Management on 2019. I was just wondering about Vogue and the consumer model, which implies that if I buy ice cream or buy a jewelry or buy a, let's say, a laptop, my behavior would change. So did you notice anything about the specific item of the purchase and the compulsory or compensative behavior?
If so, I'm not quite sure, but compulsive buyers. Okay, some studies evidenced a negative correlation between income and compulsive buying. For example, in the United States. Yeah? So the study coming from 2004, really huge study, was about 5,000 or 6,000 people were interviewed about shopping. Yeah? And this study evidenced a negative correlation between income and compulsive and compensative buying. Yeah. This correlation, for example, we don't find this correlation in Poland. Yeah, but in some countries, yes, it's this correlation this correlation exists. So, in this sense, susceptibility to compulsive buying of poorer people are greater than among richer people, richer consumer. And I think this is the reason why people addicted to shopping choose discounted products or discounts brands. To save money. Yeah, very simple. And because you know, for addicted persons to shopping, it's not important the value of the brand or the value of the products. While the so for them is so the value of the product, the value of the brand is not important. The Purchase Act is the most important. The relief delivered and satisfaction delivered by the Purchase Act. And yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting research presentation, a beautiful lesson about sociology of consumption. Ok, adesso passiamo buffet. Ok, pausa. una cosa, qui c'è un bicchiere d'acqua anche pieno e non usato, preferisci che te lo sposto per
Sì, me lo
evitare danni?
sposto per
Te lo
evitare
tiro
danni,
via.
grazie infinite.
La pennetta per
Okay, we have your slide for sharing with the class. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you too. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, thank you. Yes? Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, of course.
Let me check if title is correct.
Okay, and Nicola Strizzolo, at Unite Universiteramo. Okay, very nice. No, Unite very
He was in Melbourne, not at my university, but I was chair of the organizing. Perfect. Yes, perfect. And we're going to be so many sessions, so maybe 40 minutes or so, and then 30 minutes. I think I have 1 hour. Yes. No, but I won't take too long. Yeah. Very well, wonderful to meet you, and thank you for being my chair. Yes, I just arrived. I arrived in Rome this morning, but I made a mistake and I did not read the program carefully, and I went to Luigi's.
Okay.
And then I went, where is everyone? But they were very nice and said, oh, you're in the wrong place.
Never mind. Everything was in French. This morning.
Oh, so I didn't miss too much.
I'm not very helpful about it. So you check if everything is working. How do I tell you?
Oh, I think I copied. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, no, wrong one. This is my paper from Milan.
Okay.
Yeah, Milan. 2 days ago. I went to Casa della Cultura. It's not a university. It's for public lectures for, yeah. Do you know Carmen Macari?
I wasn't in Milan, but for the Esplanade. It was a conference. So
yeah.
it was just wondering if you were there.
Generational change, right. Maybe you can take my USB out now, so don't forget it.
No mind if I present to you in Italian.
I won't understand, but no problem, no problem. I will assume you say very nice things. Could I also ask you to take a photo of me with my phone? I will pretend I am in action already. So then we will pretend. Thank you.
Which kind of person do you share?
Perfect. Thank you. So I was the chair for the whole Congress. Everything, organizer. Very tiring job. Yeah. So yes, so the whole 1,000 sessions I looked up. Something like this. I don't know for sure. About 5,000 people. Yeah. Yeah, it was a big event. Yeah.
Yes, I should have been there.
The flights were very expensive. The flights were very expensive because Australia closed the borders during the pandemic for 2 years, and a lot of the airlines cancelled their flights. And it was open again, but not so many flights as there was before.
Something like in India,
Yeah. Before the pandemic, maybe 1,000 cheap tickets, but then, not like this.
The problem was I got some alcoholic problems and I couldn't was shame because I had never seen a street.
Oh, hopefully.
Yes, normally we end up say, do I need to check how much money got?
Maybe I will ask for myself, but I will plan to go for about 40, 45, and then we can have a conversation.
Yes.
It's been a long program. If we finish early, people will probably not be so upset. I think.
Since 2017, I come to the ASIS conference. It's very interesting because a lot of people from abroad will show you their research, their way of looking at sociology, which is very interesting. So we know that we really see how an idea of things somehow.
Yeah. And the participants are PhDs?
Normally, yes. But this time, the also masters not only graduates here, but also undergraduates. Yes.
Oh,
Undergraduates, graduates. Oh, I am from the University of India. So I'm a researcher there. New college is an associate professor. A lot of PhD plus staff also.
yeah. Mixed.
Yes. The economy is our country sociology, our country say way after this research, which is most interesting. And Sociologia is great in pulling people from abroad.
He got me at the Congress.
I was sure about it.
Oh, okay. My presentation will be better if I have my coffee. Okay.
May I ask you some more questions? Yes. Shorten my question, but I don't know. I think it's really interesting. I am losing my son. And I want to I did very well. I buy the ice cream and say they would take my oxygen, so
Hello, I'm from the University of London. Thank you. I come even further. I come from did you know London? Australia? I'm at the end of the presentation. And I will take the area. Right there. But I eventually found someone who's our yeah. I was chair of the organizing. It was a very big job. No, never again. Once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. The next is in the Congress in South Korea. And the forum in Marrakesh. So you know they do the forum in the forum for Congress. Yeah. Yeah. So did you fly or train? Too long on the train. Yeah. The Australians love to go there. Okay. Sometimes I think I could have stayed.
Sì, perché i giorni sono quelli, sono il pre-pizza, perché solitamente il sabato lo vedi 4 ore, no? E quindi è pre, e infatti mi preoccupo sempre, dico speriamo che non mi rovina la pizza, e poi si risolve ecco, del venerdì si risolve, per poi ritornare verso giovedì, così mercoledì, e stare, sì, effettivamente.
I don't know that so much. Monash is our grand rival. No, they're okay. They're okay. That's right. We're all friends about the best of you. So I think this is the last
Ma guarda, la stessa cosa riguarda me, ti dico la verità, secondo il mio punto di vista, è essere diventati anche un po' comodi, un po' per quanto riguarda tu ovviamente hai un grado apicale via,
How long they study, when they start when they recall yeah. Yeah, yeah, but in Australia, now even much longer, studying much longer until they have their own house. You're catching up because you are already like it. We have three courses, two generations. We follow the big study.
Facevo, che ti posso dire, 10 anni, 15 anni fa o 20 anni fa, no, no, a me si è verificato questo, quindi
Solo là, andiamo in Australia. Non si parla di gioco, è un'età. In Australia, this very interesting, very controversial. Yeah, right. Yes, zero. So this is your next project. Yes. You like the dangerous topics. We have it in Australia. We call it social science. A week of 100 days for the public. Very good. Maybe some journalists and media will use it. And then you get the emails. You got to stay up too nervous, not great.
Ci sono dentro i cani? Sì, ho i cani in tre.
Borsa, okay. I think.
Look, I was just avoiding falling on the chair.
Oh, you managed well. Well done.
President of the Australian Sociology
Yes, yes.
which is so important
Oh.
anyway.
So now I'm president of it's called the Council for the Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences. So it's in Australia for all the disciplines in humanities. We have a council. So, yeah.
Okay. So
could
you? Yes, that would be great. No, perché la faccio fuori, è sicuro, al lato della scrivania. Aspetta che invece ho bisogno del microfono. Vedi che te l'ho detto? No, cioè, parliamoci chiaro, levati dai piedi. The first one I remember, by the way. I think it's
yes, please.
Say that. And I
This is so past president of the Australian Sociological Association, president of the Council for the Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences.
Okay. Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences. Ok, ci siamo messi d'accordo che lo presento in italiano. Per il nostro piacere abbiamo l'onore e il piacere di ospitare il professor Dan Woodman. Allora, è lunga la lista, quindi preparatevi. Università di Melbourne, è stato il presidente dell'Associazione Australiana di Sociologia, attualmente è il presidente del Council for the Humanities, Art and Social Sciences, quindi un punto di riferimento più generale e globale, ok? È professore di sociologia alla School of Sociology and Political Science, è stato chair dell'organizzazione dell'ISA di quest'anno che si è tenuta in Australia. Ho il piacere di presentare il suo lavoro, Generational Change and Intergenerational Relationship, increasing importance of intergenerational support to young adult outcomes.
Grazie. Mi scusi, non parlo italiano. So I have no idea what was said, but thank you. I think it was very nice. And thank you for being here and allowing me to present in English. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to come to Rome to speak to you. I took the roundabout way to get here. I did not read the program well enough, so before I came here today, I went to the Institute de Luigi Sturzo. So it was a beautiful place, but you weren't there, and I looked around and realized I was in the wrong place, and the lovely people there pointed me towards this university, and I ran in the warm Rome weather to find a taxi, and I made it in time. But yes, it is very warm, even for someone who comes from Australia, it is warm. So I will talk to you today about my research with young people, young adults in Australia,
about how they are building their lives, their adult lives, a successful adult life, and the role of their parents in supporting that. But I did want to say that there's things beyond the individual that come out in my research that I'm not going to cover. We are just finishing our winter time now in Australia, and we have already some days that are 25 degrees Celsius. And we say to each other, this is what wonderful and terrifying weather. Because if you know Australia, we have maybe every 3 years terrible bushfires that they burn across the country. So when the weather is this warm at this point, we start to get nervous. So beautiful and terrible weather at the moment in Australia. And I was thinking of that as I was sweating running for my taxi today in Rome. So yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you, Roberto, for the invitation. It is an honor. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my research with some young people in Australia. And my research covers a few different generations, cohorts that are part of the generations. And I'll talk to you a little bit about how the popular discourse as well as the sociological approach understands these changes in Australia. So we use these labels of Gen X, baby boomers, millennials, Gen Z, that largely come from America, but we use them in Australia. And pretty much everywhere I go, when I Google, I find that this kind of generation talk exists everywhere. So this was just the first thing that came up, but I know that it takes place in Italy as well. But I would like your reflections, your questions, comments at the end about how Australia, where my data comes from, might be similar or different to Italy, because some things that are a generational change in Australia over really the last 20 years maybe have a longer history in Italy. And you can see us catching up, if that's the right word, in that it's taking young people much longer before they reach adult outcomes. So it's like they're catching up to Italy. But you can tell me whether this makes sense from the Italian perspective as well. So there is this language in Australia, also in Italy, of these generations. Sometimes they're almost like, do you know the word numerology? Like astrology, but your birth date? It's like this, but even worse than numerology because it's so blunt. You know, it's like you were born this year and you are like this, and everyone who was born for these 15 years is like this. So this is from a market research company in America, but we say exactly the same thing about this current young generation, you know, entrepreneurial, skeptical, but needs immediate satisfaction. They don't want to wait and learn on the job. They want to be the boss too soon. Do they say these things sometimes in Italy as well? In America and Australia, this is some of the. So I don't know what you think about this. Maybe a grain of truth. So what I'm going to say is that in my own research, I have used the sociology of generations to orient me to certain questions or problems, but it's quite different, the sociology of generations, to this pop sociology of the generational labels that has come up. And other social scientists have made this point. So Philip Cohen is an American sociologist who was sending around an open letter, getting all sociologists, as many as he could, to sign this open letter to stop people using these generational labels. He had a little success, but not too much. People love these labels. I think it's because there is just a little bit of the sociological imagination there. The world has changed, and it's people grappling to understand what this means for young people, for older people. But the way it works in these popular labels, these market research labels, does go wrong. So I'm just going to take 5 minutes to, hopefully in a light-hearted way, talk to you about how these labels work and how they go wrong. I should say, I was just hearing about the festival of sociology you have here in Italy to do engagement events for the public. In Australia, we like to do what Michael Burraway called public sociology as well. events for the public. We have something called Social Sciences Week, which is a week of events for the public from social scientists. I like to write for the media, talk to the radio whenever I can about how life is changing for young people. But people who are slicker, better performing for the media get invited more than I do. And I get a little bit jealous. And this person I'm going to talk about for the next 5 minutes, he gets invited much more than me. So I'm going to make some points about the problems with his work now, but keep this in mind when I now say what is wrong with his work. So this is from someone called Mark McCrindle, who has a team, McCrindle Research, their social research, market research, advertising company in Australia. And they talk about these generations. In Australia, we still sometimes use some terminology that got overtaken of Gen Y, but this is the millennials. We say millennials as well a lot in Australia. So baby boomers are, well, my parents' generation, and there was a baby boom in Australia after the Second World War. Generation X, I just fit into this. We sometimes get forgotten in all the public fights between the generations. They leave us out, and we can just, discuss which was the best Ethan Hawke movie ever made, and that's what we get left to do. And then the millennials, or Gen Y, and Generation Z. So you don't have to scribble these down because I'm going to say it's not so great. So keep that in mind. But this is part of his McCrindle's typology. It's about half of a larger table he uses in his books and other places. But I just want to highlight a few things. So he talks about training focus. He means when you're doing education and training for these generations, what they need to learn, basically. So for the baby boomers, I'm just picking out a few things here. They say data and evidence. For Generation X, case studies, applications. For the millennials, emotional learning, stories, this is how they will learn. And then e-learning, multimodal interactive for Generation Z. Today's, 20-somethings. So linked to what kind of training focus, there's the environment in which this learning will take place. So McCrindle says for the baby boomers, it's classroom style. And then for Generation X, round table style, which is like classroom style, but you've moved the chairs around, so they now face each other. And then cafe style, which from what I can understand reading the book is you now have a coffee or a nice drink while you learn as well. And then lounge room style for today's young people, which basically is the same as cafe style, but the chairs are more comfortable now. You can sit down and relax a little bit easier. And the learning format, this is like the abstract way you should structure your session. So for the baby boomers, they need something structured. For Generation X, interactive. So I'll have to ask you some questions if you're in this age group. And then visual for the millennials or Generation Y. And kinesthetic. Do people, there's probably a word in Italian, this is a scientific term. Do you know kinesthetic? Do people know it? More or less? No. So this is learning through movement. So you take a class. So with my students in Australia, what I do is in a class, I show them this when we're talking about social change in young people. And I say, okay, so there's this research that says you have to learn through kinesthetic means, through movement. So I get everyone to stand up in the lecture and to start to warm up, to shake their arms around and stretch. And I tell them we're going to dance our way through the subject, through the course. Do dance learning, because this is what I've read here. And then I say, when they're looking at me very, very nervous, I say, look, I'm only joking, you can sit down, and we talk about these labels. Sometimes I do it with my audiences, but I think it's day 5 and it's been very hot weather. I didn't think I would get a good response. But to be honest, I've done this with people of all different age groups. And I would say maybe 10% of any age group look very disappointed we're not dancing, and 90% look quite relieved. This is kind of across the board. Maybe if anything, the baby boomers are a little bit older, the times they grew up, they want to dance just a little bit more on average. So you might be able to see, so I'm making a little bit of a fun of these ideas. Just the last one I wanted to pull out because it really highlights that there's a normative value judgment behind these things as well. So in terms of their financial values, what they value, he says the baby boomers' long-term needs, Generation X medium-term goals. Remember, this is about money. Millennial short-term wants, and then Generation Z. Maybe this resonates with the last presentation, impulse purchases. So, you know, this is making a value judgment, but it's also not really about generational differences. Sociologists, we usually want to, if our methods allow us, to tease apart as much as possible cohort effects, which you could, or generation effects. These are effects from being born and being of a particular age at a particular time, and period effects, being alive for all of us at that time. So compared to the 1980s, people shop online a lot more because this is the way the world has changed. It's not so much a generational defining thing. And then age effects. So this is primarily about age. When you're 19, the way you think about money on average overall, with lots of variation within the group, is different to when you're 60. So this table, if you go and read the book, but you don't have to, please, you will see that there is some referencing, some research behind it, but it misunderstands the research. So most often it takes cross-sectional data, which is actually about people of different ages, cross-sectional snapshot, and presents it as generational differences. Or it takes small changes. So for example, a small change in being more likely to say you would like to learn through stories and examples, you know, 5%, or 5% more likely to say that you want to learn kinesthetically. And instead of saying there's been this slight change, they make it into these generational defining oppositions or differences. So this is how this kind of research goes wrong. It's partly to do with the data they use, but partly because they want to make a clear story that's also something that you can sell. If you're a marketer or you run training programs, if you can say I've identified a new generation and they're radically different from before, and if you want to manage them in your workplace or you want to sell to them, you need my expertise because they're like aliens, then that's, you know, to you, that's how you can build a career out of this. The sociology of generations is different. Sometimes people doing sociology will use these labels, and I'm ambivalent about that. Sometimes they're just using it to capture that general lexicon, the general terminology used about young people. Yeah, I have a book with a colleague, Joanna Wynne, called Youth and Generation, that goes through all these. Oh, I should have said right back at the start, I will just bring this up for 1 second. This reference down the bottom is from a journal article from last year that if you want to follow up on these ideas, you'll find it there. Sorry, did you want to take a photo of that? Slow down. I know you've all had a long week, but if I slow down, it will be better. Okay, let's go back. So Karl Mannheim, a Hungarian-German sociologist, like a lot of people in Germany, he left during the war years or pre-war years and was in Britain for a long time. His sociology of knowledge and sociology of education were his areas, but he did a very famous essay in the 1920s called The Problem of Generations. And that's a foundation that a lot of sociologists still use. So what Mannheim says, and he was talking in the context of post-World War I, the Great War, of when a cohort of people live in a time where the ways of making an adult life that your parents pursued are no longer possible because of value change or because of just a cataclysmic event like the war. But he was also talking, he did not mean that this new generation had to have radically opposite views, you know, want to live completely differently. But even if they wanted to live a life like their parents, you had to do it in a different way. So this created a new generational location. And then he wanted to say that that didn't mean that everyone thought the same. You know, we see these generational typologies that talk about a generation like it's a person with one set of attitudes or dispositions. He says that this creates a kind of space of possible attitudes and actions. It's different from the generation before, but it's a kind of different space of possibilities, but has some overlap and is not one single thing. And because of this different space of possibilities, other sociological variables that position us in the world. So in his short essay, he talked in particular about youth political movements in Germany that differentiate within a generation, make differences within a generation. So he talked about how different class factions would have different ideas in this new generational space. So he called them generational units. And these three ideas, a lot of people who pursue the sociology of generations today still use. Maybe they're a little bit less concrete in saying, like Mannheim did, that in a nation state there can be a clearly identifiable new generation. It's more a kind of an orientation to social change, to look at what is the situation of people today, what are the possible actions and attitudes, and how might this generational position be different for men and women based on your migration status, based on other variables. I just have this quote from Stuart Hall and Tony Jefferson. If you study youth studies, youth subcultures, you'll know, even if you don't, you will have heard of Stuart Hall. So this was the Birmingham School of Contemporary Cultural Studies, known as the Birmingham School at the University of Birmingham. So Stuart Hall and Tony Jefferson edited a book from this group that became known as the Birmingham School called Resistance Through Rituals. Was about rituals. It was about youth subcultures as young people trying to find a solution to their class position. So that punk styles, other styles like this, were a kind of resistance to the class system symbolically. They said, look, in the end, because they don't have a material foundation, they're not revolutionary, but they're still class resistance. So this book was written in the 1970s, and in the sociology of youth was set up against generations. Like they said, the functionalist sociologists think there's a new youth culture, these teenagers that are opposed to their parents, but they're really not that, they're class cultures primarily. When Hall and Jefferson wrote a second edition or released the second edition of Resistance Through Rituals with a new introduction, they said, it should not be forgotten, this is a direct quote, although we did at the time, that the essay they used as their starting point to talk about subcultures also were about generational change. These young working class kids, young people in England could not live the same working class life as their parents. So in my field, there's still this divide between people who say, you can't talk about generations because it distracts us from class, where the real action is. And then my writing and others say, no, we're past this. We can look at both things together. So we can use things like generational units as a notion to talk about class and other things within a generational, within generational change. So this is Mannheim's essay, originally from the 1920s. This is, it was in English in 1952. One of the things he talked about was this, remember he was interested in the problem of the relationship between generations as well. As a sociologist interested in knowledge, the sociology of knowledge and of education. So the essay leads up to him talking actually about the problem of education if the world has changed and there's a new generation. So the experiential problems of the young are defined by a different set of adversaries to their teachers. Different sets of problems, he means by this, not just like the people they're against. So how does education happen? He says that the teacher educates his pupil, but the pupil can also educate his teacher too. So if you get away from that didactic kind of model of education and you have teachers who have a generational intelligence and think about reflexively about how the world has changed, this can happen. But you can see the final line of that quote. Generations are in a state of constant interaction. So a lot of the generations language in the popular press, in the popular discourse, but also sometimes in sociology, look at generational conflict. I wanted to look at how intergenerational support was changing in Australia. And I used a study. I'll say a little bit in the study in a second, but I just wanted to give you just a few anchor points to how life has changed in Australia, where I'm from. And hopefully you see what I mean by saying we're catching up to Italy. So key relationship and housing outcomes that people who do youth studies, the transition to adulthood, study this, are interested in, and we used to like follow people to 23 or 24. These outcomes are now happening in people's mid to late 20s, even 30s. So things like getting a career job. More people are doing postgraduate education, getting a job that fits with what you've studied or is on a career track is happening much later. This data is from before the pandemic. We have a very odd situation in Australia right now because for 2 years during the COVID pandemic, we completely closed our border. Completely. So, well, that's a slight exaggeration. It was possible to leave and to arrive, but almost impossible. The bureaucracy involved. So we went from a country, so we have about 26, 27 million, a country that was taking almost 500,000 immigrants each year to basically zero for 2 years. So because of government stimulus and other things that meant we avoided a recession, the labor market is very strong. It's like it's not been for 50 years. So the job market for young people is better right now. But if I speculate, it probably won't last. We're in this odd moment. But yeah, so before the pandemic and probably where we will return, only half of 25-year-olds were in full-time work. Youth unemployment was relatively high, much lower than it's got to in parts of Southern Europe and other parts of the world like South Africa. But for us, very high. And underemployment, very high, you know, heading up to a third of young people underemployed. And still half of people in their mid-20s living at home. Yeah, so this was the background to my question. So what is my data set? So as I said, longitudinal studies of youth often end too soon now. So the OECD still collects data and puts out reports on youth going to 24. In so many parts of the world, this is too early for the outcomes that matter. In Australia, the government-funded longitudinal study of youth ends at 25, not long enough. I have a study with some colleagues in Australia called Life Patterns that has been funded through the government academic funding scheme, primarily. It's difficult because we get funded for 3 or 4 years, which is kind of wonderful as well. I shouldn't complain, but for a longitudinal study, you have to keep going. So you're constantly trying to get more money through this very competitive scheme that has a primary criteria of being innovative. So you've got to say you're being innovative by continuing to do the same thing in a creative way all the time. But we've been lucky. We've had a few gaps that we've covered through some other funding sources, but it continues. So this study started in 1991. I used to say when I was teaching to my students, to others, that to joke, to say, obviously, I didn't start this study. I wasn't around to working academic when I was in 1991 because I was 12 years old. But my students were born in this millennia. 1991 is just so far away from them, for them, and they look at me and they're like, "You're old. Who knows? You know, possibly." You know, so I don't make that joke anymore, or I add this context to it. But it was started by a colleague of mine called Peter Dwyer, who unfortunately he passed away this year. He started this study. It started in an odd way. This was before institutional research, ethics approval. I'm sure here in Italy you have these boards that you have to send your study through, and they tick off that you're being ethical in your methods. We've had this for a long time, but not in 1991. So in 1991, the government in Australia did a survey of everyone finishing high school, and then they lost power, and those surveys, which were paper surveys in its time, were put in a cupboard, locked away somewhere for a year, and then someone found them and said, "Wow, we don't need these." And they knew my colleague Peter Dwyer and said, "Do you want them?" And he drove a little truck over and picked them all up. And they had people's contact details on the top. And he did a subsample because it was too many for an academic study. You know, a subsample of about 3,000, and he started this longitudinal study. And then I joined the study in 2006, 15 years later, when we recruited a new cohort. And this time we had to do consent forms where the participants knew exactly what they were signing up for and how they could get out of the study and all these things. So now we are doing the right thing, I promise. And just right now, we're recruiting a new cohort that is in the last year of high school this year. So about 2,000 participants in both studies when they're in their early 20s, but then it drops to about 1,000, even to the high hundreds as they get into their 30s. It's relatively representative still, but too many. That's not the right language. English is my first language, I should point out. Still a bit jet lagged. I was going to say there's too many women. That's not what I mean. There is unequal attrition where we would have liked to keep more men, but they are less likely to fill out a survey each year. And it's more middle class than average. But still a relatively good spread. So we're still following our 1991 cohort now, and our 2006 cohort, so into their 30s, and with our 1991 cohort, they're around 50 now. So what is the value of this data? It's also mixed methods, so survey and interviews. And we also have one member of the team who I think likes that kinesthetic learning. She was a drama teacher in high schools before she became an academic, and she does some very creative methods as well, with certain participatory focus groups that involve all kinds of like theater, sports, improvisation, these kind of things. But that's not my part of the study. So what is the value of this kind of mixed methods panel cohort longitudinal? So you may be asking, why is there a little toy car in the corner? I assume this TV show, these movies, they were big in Italy too. So the hands up if you know Transformers. Some people know, not everyone. See, yeah, it's common. Yeah, Transformers. Yeah, okay. So this is what I talk to with my students, but I think late on a Friday after a very long day, it's probably a nice way to tell you clearly what the benefit of this kind of method is. So I ask my students, what is this? Pretend you don't know anything, just tell me what you're looking at. They go, okay, it's a car, or maybe a toy car. I go, okay, so yeah, this is cross-sectional research. We've gone out and said, okay, there's this world full of toy cars and this world full of robots. That's a cross-sectional survey. One point in time, you see that you're living in a world full of cars and robots, or toy cars and toy robots. But then if you start to follow the same toy cars and toy robots over time, you find out that the next time you survey them, some of them that were robots are now cars and vice versa. So something else is going on here. Your data set starts to give you a new insight that you're not looking at a world full of toy robots and toy cars or cars and robots, but of something else that we'll call a transformer. But then if you're doing mixed methods research, where you're also not only doing a survey of what is out there, what people are, you start to talk to them, open-ended questions, ask them about their lives, you discover that actually the things are transformers that come from another planet. And my son, who is 10, he corrected me when I was talking to him about this. They're not exactly robots. They're like human, they're like alien life forms that are made out of a different kind of material. So when you start to do mixed methods, see, you're starting to get this richer understanding of what's going on in the world through longitudinal interviews and surveys. And then if you can follow different cohorts over time, you start to see that there's some continuity, but also some really important changes. So this is the same toy. This is Bumblebee, the transformer. I've forgotten what it's called. In 1984 and 2018. You know, there's some continuity, but if you just said, this is the same thing, you'd be missing a lot of differences that you'll be able to discover if you'd followed these two cohorts over time of different transformers. So that's the value of this kind of research. It's called Life Patterns. There's a link. I'm part of a team of about 6 or 7 who work on this project together. So some data. Our second cohort, so this is the 2006 cohort, throughout their 20s, and this has continued if I had time to update the data set, are about 10% less likely to say they're in a career area. So that idea that they're kind of where they want to go with what they've studied, or even in an area that might not be linked to what they studied, but feels like it's a job that's building over time. In a career, they're finding it harder to get there. They're about equally likely to say they're on an area, they're doing something that's a stepping stone towards a career. Yes, but there's this difference. And we'll see in a second that how they understand a stepping stone has changed over time. So there is this difference of about 10%. In Australia, the media and others, employers, often say that this is because the millennials, that generation, and now they start to say the same thing about Gen Z, want different things out of work. They're not looking for the same things. Particularly, the idea is they want flexibility. I don't know if you hear this from employers here. Flexibility is more important than security. You know, they're not going to work for us for their whole life. They wouldn't want to. So they want flexibility to have a contract where they're not really tied to have to stay with us. Of course, if you have a good contract in Australia that's an ongoing job, you still don't have to stay. You know, so there's this rhetorical element to it. But there's this idea that it's what younger people want out of work more than, or as much as what the employers want. So there's this nice elective affinity synergy between the two. So one of the things I was able to do with this longitudinal data and mixed methods data was to compare some quantitative and qualitative data about what our participants across these two cohorts said they wanted from work at different points. So in the early 20s and when they got to 30. So these were two groups who were asked the same questions at the same age, 15 years apart. And what we discovered was that flexibility had become somewhat more important, but this was not at the expense of security. Security was still number one. There was this odd, it's actually not a significant finding really, but interesting nonetheless that security doesn't get more important, and if anything, it's trending towards less important as people get older. So this age effect for both cohorts, which was somewhat surprising to us. We thought, okay, you will want to be maybe buying an apartment, thinking about starting a family. But when we were looking at our interviews, it gets a little bit less important because more people do start to feel they have an ongoing job with a good contract, start to feel a bit more secure. So then they're a little bit less likely to rate it so highly. But still, the most important thing, secure work, flexibility did get more important, but these are not opposed to each other. So here I use this to point out a pretty important continuity. People want a job that allows you to build a life beyond your work. Then with the qualitative data, I pointed to what I thought was an interesting difference. So I was also able to do some qualitative interviews with 50 young people from our study, where I asked the same or similar questions to what a colleague had asked to the earlier cohort, the 1991 cohort, at the same age. So we also had matching qualitative data when they were 25. And what came out from that, these quotations are both from that 2006, that second group that I interviewed. What came out was a difference where the first cohort talked about job security in terms of a job that was secure. So they were the first generation, first group in Australia to go to university in large numbers. In the 1980s, we went from only about 1/3 of people in Australia finishing high school to 85, 90% in about 7 years. Rapid change. And then that cohort, this group who finished school in 1991, were just at the end of this rapid change. They went to university and polytechnic study in large numbers, much, much more than ever before. Say about 40%. Now we have 40 to 50%. Now, if you include polytechnic, we have like 70, 75% doing something after high school in Australia. So this first cohort in 1991, the government told them the work is changing. This was the neoliberal move. Employers were given more freedom, work is changing, but if you study hard, you'll have these opportunities. And they did it, and they were quite angry because they felt that they didn't get the opportunities parents, the teachers, the government was promising. They said, I should have a secure job, I should have a job that pays well, that builds over time. By the time I talked to the 2006 cohort in their mid-20s, that way of thinking had changed because it was 15 years later. And they thought of job security coming about through a job that gave you skills, built your CV, gave you opportunities to learn new things that will give you an opportunity in maybe a new area that opens up, maybe at your current employer, but also elsewhere. So less so that your employer should give you a career trajectory within that company. So what I think happens sometimes in Australia too is this shift towards thinking about how do you look after your employment future, you build flexible skills, is misunderstood as this cohort thinking they should be the boss straight away. What they want is to build these sets of skills and have lots of opportunities to build it. So I use the qualitative data to say, while there's this really important continuity that we're missing around wanting a good job that allows you to build a life and gives you some security, because of the way the world has changed, these two cohorts of young people are thinking about it in a different way. So it is taking longer to get that sense of security. Whether or not you think your job should give you more job security or not, our participants are finding it harder. So this is aged mid-late 20s, comparing the two cohorts on difficulty meeting just the basic cost of life. You can see it's quite a clear contrast. So health costs, study costs. In Australia, you don't pay for your study up front. You get a loan from the government that you pay back through your salary, taxed out of your salary when you start to work. But the amount you pay back has gone up significantly. Health costs are more have gone up. The bills for power rates, rent and mortgage repayments particularly after the Second World War, we really had a very strong culture of home ownership. So say 80%, 85 even, and well down the kind of class structure, people could buy their own house. And people still want to do that, but paying the rents and mortgages, like Rome, I think, like Milan, like the big cities, the cost of property has just gone way up. And what is particularly hard is to get the deposit. So in Australia, you're expected to have 20%. You can have less, but then the government, the banks charge you an extra, say, 20,000 euros insurance for them when you have less deposit, but you need a big deposit. So rent and mortgage, food and necessities, much, much harder. So what is going on in this world where people are taking longer to feel like they're on a career track, where they're struggling to pay the bills? Well, what is happening is that parents are stepping in to help more than they used to. So this is a paper that's under review it's called the Journal of Sociology. We're on our third review now, fairly minor revision. So I'm confident if reviewer 2 doesn't get us, I think it will be published soon from this study where we are looking at people receiving this support and what they're receiving it for. So what we discovered is it does become less common over time. But if you go back to my parents' generation or even to the 1980s, government statistics suggest maybe about 1% of people in their early 30s were receiving financial support directly from their parents in a year. And now we're looking at almost 15%. And that's just for a year. So these numbers include waves just because of when we ask questions, but it's people who received money while they were this age in a year. So this is the percentage for 1 year. And you can see 15 is much less than when people are 18, when the vast majority are getting the support. But even at 32, a lot of people are receiving support. And this is many, many times more than it would have been 20 years ago. So what we do in this paper is look and do some modeling about who is likely to be receiving this support. And there's 2 things going on. One is that people who are in precarious positions, basically are struggling, are receiving this support. If their parents can afford it, what we want to do next is to talk to our older cohort about the way they're supporting their teenage children and their children who are heading towards young adulthood. Because we think, and it looks like even parents who aren't really wealthy are changing their retirement plans and making their financial situation worse to help their adult children. They're also, because so much of that generation was able to buy a house, even working class neighborhoods, the house is worth a lot of money. So on their assets, their parents can be quite rich, but it doesn't mean they have lots of money, but they're using their assets to help their children. So to maybe buy an apartment using their parents' house as the security for the bank. I don't know if you can do this in Italy, but these kind of things. So that's one group who are basically precarious. But there's also another group who you would call them speculators on preferred future. These are the people who go and do master's degrees in their mid-20s to late 20s in medicine or law, or people pursuing academic pathways who are potentially, have high cultural capital, potentially will do very well, maybe, but are in precarious positions for longer through the life course. And their parents are able to allow them to do that. So that's always happened to some extent. But in Australia, in the post-war period, up until about the 1990s, education was free, government supports for students, unemployment benefits were relatively generous. That has been pulled back, and the parents have stepped into that empty space. And it was the asset boom in their houses that are allowing them to do this, but it causes all kinds of problems. So just some of the problems that are going on is that it's kind of rewriting the intergenerational contract that for a period of time, maybe 30 years, you know, those kind of golden 30 years of the welfare state in Australia, that intergenerational contract was pulled out of the family into the community, into the state, is being sent back to the community. And we have this weird situation where young people are angry at how expensive housing has become. Their parents wished their children could pay their rent, buy a house for a cheaper price. But the parents' generation, and to some extent their children, don't want their mum and dad's house to drop in value because that's being used to provide some sense of security or some possibilities for the next generation. So Piketty, Thomas Piketty, the famous French economist, talks about this as a kind of global phenomenon, the return of wealth and assets. Of course, again, it's not like they ever disappeared, but in many countries like Australia, we just took the edge off the way they constructed your life chances. And we've returned to this world where your parents' assets really matter. Piketty talks about it, and the language used from the famous English novelist, the Jane Austen world. So that world of you needing your parents okay to make adult life transitions because they were the ones paying the bills. They were the ones who were going to give you the nice house, so they had to sign off on whether you could marry Mr. Darcy or whatever it is like this. In Australia, it is not like this. The relationship between parents and children in our study is more egalitarian than that. And it's actually one thing that has allowed these intergenerational households to emerge and thrive. For my parents' generation, to some extent for me, if you wanted to have an adult, intimate sexual relationship with your partner, you had to move out. Either really get married, but at least get your own house, and you had to pay for it if you weren't getting married. To now, people can have their partner to stay over the night, when they're in their 20s, in their family home in a way that wasn't possible before. People can come and go as they wish. One of the interesting things that happened during the pandemic is my city had a very strict lockdown. So we did 270 days in quite strict lockdown over about 18 months. It was very hard. And we went from a world of these intergenerational households where often the children would work at night, go out at night, maybe sleep during the day, get out of the house during the day, and not see their mum and dad too much, to a world where they were all locked in the same house together for a very long time, and new stresses came about. But we don't have this Jane Austen world. But we do have this weird new dependence that's creating these perverse paradoxes for politics and for government, where nobody really thinks it's good what is happening with our housing market, with the way that the government creates our tax system to really benefit the baby boomers and the assets they have. But also it's very hard to change because older people see that partly as unfair for the next generation in general, but the way they can help their children in particular. Okay, so I hope I've given you a sense of how we've used our research and a sociological approach to generations to ask some different questions. I'd be very interested in your questions for me, but also your reflections on, this is Australia. I think it definitely has some resonances in other English-speaking countries. But I'd love to know what you think about Italy. As I said, I think there's some resonances, but also you have a longer history. We had a lot of immigration from Italy after the Second World War, and people talk about, oh, now we're all living like the Italians used to live, where the children are staying at home till they're 30. So I'll finish on that note and welcome your reflections. Thank you.
Okay, great speech. Thank you. Avete delle domande? Vi invitava a valutare se ciò che lui ha rilevato con questo incredibile studio multicorte è stato anche, diciamo, trovate delle risonanze all'interno della situazione italiana. Just saying that if you just repeated your question, if they find out some specific, let's see about this, differences among two countries. I would like to say that here in Italy, it's normal you stay up to 40 years old in your parents' house. Okay, so, well, just an incredible, amazing multi-cohort study, which is very rare. As I said, question, how do you manage it? So I know that you was the chair of the HISA conference. That's incredible, but how do you do that? And did you interview the outliers? Okay, and just the last question, recommendation, because as a sociologist, more often we do not afford recommendation, although I think we have to.
Yes, so how do I do it? We have a wonderful team. Yeah, particularly like I can do some very basic cross-sectional analysis, but I need help when we start to do the modeling. So I didn't present on that today, but I have a wonderful team that works with me and helps to keep the project going when I am organizing the ISA Congress in Melbourne. One of the criticisms of our study, which I think is true, sometimes when we try to publish, particularly quantitative reviewers with quantitative expertise say, you need richer measures. Why don't you have 5 or 6 questions on people's class position or their financial supports? Because we are interested in so many questions, you can only ask so much. You can't ask a 200 questionnaire, or you don't have any participants left for the next wave. So we look at education trajectories, work trajectories, housing trajectories, relationship trajectories. So we have some data, but maybe not enough on everything. But that's one of the limitations. Look, I think you do have to make recommendations. And as I said, I try to talk to the media, talk to our politicians whenever I can. But I don't know, yeah, like my friend Mark McCrindle from the start, he's slicker. I don't know if you know this, like he's a more polished performer for the media, but the data is not so good, right? The recommendations are not so good. And I don't know if this is the same here in Italy. We have amazing academic expertise, but then our government pays these multinational consulting firms that hire our undergraduate students to do the reports for them instead of going to us. So Deloitte, Boston Consulting, PricewaterhouseCoopers, these kind of. So the government, yeah, we have certain avenues to try and reach government. About 3 years ago, in one of my roles, we started a parliamentary friends, so politicians from across the different parties, friendship group for social sciences, and they're meant to advocate for us within the government, and they do a great job, and we can give them policy advice. But in the end, they go to these consulting firms to get the data they want, and then the marketing lines to sell the policy to get the votes as well. So it's hard, but you would all know this, public sociology, it's hard.
Thanks a lot. Any question? Domande?
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like you eventually to clarify, how do you make the data homogeneous while considering the different generations? Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah. As I was saying, we have but oh sorry, yes, we have some good quantitative people on the team, but it's not me. so much. But we have two cohorts that were recruited in the same way, from the same places, you know, just 15 years apart. So at the start, the samples were very similar, and the attrition is a problem, but it's like the attrition was the same kinds of problems for the two samples. So they both end up looking the same with too many women over time. And then the quantitative sociologists on the team do some adjustments when we're doing the analysis, but I can't give you any of those details. So coming up with similar clusters. Yeah, I'm not sure exact. We can chat after. Yeah.
Thanks very much indeed. I got your clear answer. It's different clusters, but they're similar one to another, one to the other.
Yeah.
Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much for your speech. It was really interesting. I am studying and researching on sociology of childhood, especially on commodification of childhood. And I was especially interested in the part you said about you don't believe in these certain divisions between generations. Can you clarify this a little bit? Thank you.
Yes, and I'd say yes and no. There is a grain of truth. Do you have some similar saying in Italian, like a little truth to the generational labels? So the world has changed a lot for these cohorts, but it doesn't look like the stereotypes given to those cohorts, and also the cutoff points are arbitrary. You know, the millennials starting in 1981 could be 1982. Like, it's not like there's really clear breaks. The changes are more incremental, but significant. So I talk about our two cohorts being very different, but don't say that this is what the millennials are like and this is what Gen X were like. Yeah. So it's not that they're wrong.